Let's get this thing rolling. All right. All right. All right. Welcome. Welcome. Oh, what's on? Welcome. Welcome one. Oh, I don't have the. Hold on. We got to get the. Why don't I have audio capture on here? Come on. Hold on. It's Mac OS. Oh, it's just. Hold on. Bow, bow. All right. Woo! Welcome back to the stream. How's it going, everybody? My dog's looking at me like, what are you doing? What the dog doing? I don't. The bed's not made, so I was gonna flash the dog. She's laying on a bed. All right, y'all. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the stream. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Let me add on. I should add on like the sub count and the chat onto the live page here. So hold on, let me see if I can add. Can I copy like this stuff? Yes, I can. Oh, let's go. Okay, now can I copy the other stuff too? Copy. Wow, they really got this thing figured out. But if I move this bigger, will it move that other one? Oh no, it doesn't. Wow, it actually copies. That's so sick. Let's go. That's actually really cool. Okay. Then let's do the chat too. Man, OBS is so sick. Remember when it first came out back in the day? Blinkers, yo. Keep going, my guy. Oh. Oh, hey. Look at that neck go. Look at that neck go. Look at that neck. Look at that shoulders. Shoulders. Oh, come on. Oh. Look at me go. Let's go, boys. Almost a 25-50. Let's go. Alright. We got all the stuff here. Alright, welcome back everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Let's get GPS going. I recently kind of took a break from coding. Any tips to get motivation to keep coding? Draco, code when I code, dude. Use this stream as like a tool. That's kind of like a good way I honestly would do it. If I had someone, I was honestly looking for a platform like this, someone that kind of coded every day, that I could also just kind of as a friend, colleague, you know, whatever, just whatever I'm doing, just code alongside.
Hello.
Doesn't have to be what he's doing, but just if he's there, just be there. And yeah, so that's kind of what I do. So I've been coding every single day. So if you show up every single day, you'll probably learn. And
Blanker says
yeah.
Bro is not just code now, also learning some fancy tricks.
Fancy tricks? What fancy tricks? Fancy tricks? The dog will be barking fancy tricks. There's no fireworks show because the wind is at 91. Jeez Louise. You in a hurricane? What the hell? Bro's in a hurricane right now. Yeah, the wind's at 91 miles an hour. I'm trying to like chat. What? Mr. Austin, how's it going, my guy? Appreciate you for coming in tonight. Okay, friends. Today's a holiday, so I don't have to read a book. Let's go. I don't know. Let me know if I should read a little bit today. I'll read if you guys want me to read to keep myself accountable. I'm one to talk, right, about keeping things accountable. The reading, man, it just kicks my buns sometimes when the books get dense. When I'm having fun reading, I like it, but when things get tough, like the reading gets hard, it's a struggle to keep going. I'm right there with you guys. But happy 4th of July to the Americans.
Says, how can I add a sub count like you did? Mahan says, Mike, say hi to me too.
Mahan!
Says, Bro,
Welcome back,
like
dude.
I
look like a hunter. Dude, I think I've worn the same thing for 3 streams in a row. Yes, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't changed. Okay, yes, it's gross. But the shirt, I mean, it doesn't smell. I've been showering, right? But like, until like I'm not gonna. I gotta pay for laundry here, which is brutal. It's like $3 a load, and the washing machines suck, so you have to do it a couple times. So it gets pretty expensive, man. So sue me for trying to save a couple bucks, guys. Sorry. It's my long weekend. I get to veg out, guys. Come on, let me live. Mahan, how's it going, dude? How's the job search been going for you? Hey, Pom, or Poom, how's it going? How to sub count? What I did is what you do is you just add a media source, and then you go to YouTube, and YouTube has like a live sub count on your creator dashboard thing, and then you can just copy it and then crop it, and then you can add some CSS with some just some timestamps, some keyframes, at keyframes color change, and with the animation color change, and it's pretty easy just to set up some colors and do it that way with some custom CSS.
Search now. Market is bombed low.
It's bombed. Bro. Oh no. That's tough, Mahan. I feel you, my guy. I can't even get an interview for chemistry stuff. And I'm a chemist. So buns, dude. Biotech is cooked.
Boom says me too. Mooch says average stinky coder 3 days deep on the shirt.
Bro, the stereotype is holding true. No. What's the next stereotype? I start losing my hair? That's already happening, bro. We've already been on that since we were 18. We hopped on that minoxidil and stuff quick, boys. It helps a little bit, but it just kind of slows things down.
Mahan says Lalaro.
No, we're hitting the stereotype.
Shower. Dipesh says, hey Michael, how do practice any topic you understand, and how do you start any project on your own, because I can't with the help of YT or chat. Mahan says you still shower.
Yeah, I still shower. That's what... hey Dipesh, how's it going, dude? I thank you so much for your chat. Yeah, so let me know if the music's too loud or my mic's too loud. I can turn stuff down. Uh, how do you practice any type? I mean,
Boom says,
you really,
"That
honestly,
means you
dude.
stay hydrate."
Yeah, I think let me give some honest advice here. I get people asking me questions all the time about how do I even start, and like I don't feel like I can do things. Um, you know, dude, like blind confidence is real. Like, you really need to look in the mirror and have some honest conversations with yourselves and saying like, are you able to do hard things like as like as a human like and you got to really think about it like it put some perspective on it. Yeah, some people might just be naturally smarter than others, but really like nobody came from any place that wasn't. I mean, yes, like there's obviously levels to those things in terms of like privilege and like education and stuff, but with our modern day with the internet and now with AI and chat, you can really teach yourself and get access to any educational resource now, um, for like basically little to no money. And so and then you gotta like, put a perspective on it. Like, this isn't basketball where you have to be like 6'7" now, or and like really strong to like make it into like, or just natural, or just like practice and let's be the best shooter in the world, or like if you just naturally have a height and strength gift, you're gonna kind of have an edge, right? It's not like that. I mean, yeah, you'll some people are smarter, but I feel like the edge isn't as
Richard
large
says,
or as
"Thumbs
like
up."
as much of like a blocker because you can obtain more knowledge. You can't grow, right? You can't get taller and become a shot blocker and dunk and stuff, right? So, like, put that into your perspective and be like, someone else has done this and learned this before, and they probably were in the same boat as myself, like trying to say, okay, how do I do this and figure this out? And a lot of the time, their struggle was probably harder than yours because they've already figured it out and made things easier for the next person to figure it out by writing another book or by writing some more tools or giving their perspective. And so I would say A, like researching the perspective of people that have already done it, and then B, saying just being confident in yourself blindly and being like, uh,
Rishabh says, "You just like this stream."
thanks, dude. Yeah, like the stream. And just being like, uh, I can teach myself things because other people people had to learn this somehow, right? And I'm people, that's right. So, I think it's just, you gotta also be willing to put in hard work too. There's another aspect of it that's hard work. Okay, let's get into the stream today, boys. I appreciate you for coming here. I kind of want to make a little tracker for like, because we've been talking about getting a gaming PC, and I want to put like our dono count on the screen so we can like save up for, have like a goal to get like a gaming PC so I'm gonna stream like CS and open up some cases. So I think that, let me know if I should do that or not. I think our dono, we're like $20.
Rishabh says, "Motivate him."
Okay. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys are awesome. Okay. Let's see, where were we? We were on normalizing Unicode for reliable comparisons. We're right here. 140. Okay, we'll just read a couple of pages. I don't want to read too much. It's a holiday. I'm not really in the mood to read. I want to build, but we got to keep consistent. So a couple of pages. All right, normalizing Unicode for reliable comparisons. Let me put on a different little playlist here. That more suits the vibe of the read. All right, here we go, boys. Maybe not.
Dipesh says have a great day ahead, Michael, and
Maybe
thanks for the
not.
self-talk. Mahan says for now you should use cloud services to open at least 100. Maybe you got 2x and buy with that money LMAO.
All right. Normalizing Unicode for reliable comparisons. String comparisons are complicated by the fact that Unicode has combined characters, diacritics, and other marks and other marks that attach to the preceding character, appearing as one when printed. For example, the word cafe may be composed in two ways using 4 or 5 points, but the result looked exactly the same. Cafe, right, combining acute accent, \E, and then you get it both ways. Okay, got you. Oh, so you can write in the Unicode, like, for example, you can be composed using 4 or 5 code points. And they don't equal one another. Interesting. But they are the same string. Placing combining acute accent U plus O0301 after E renders the E tilde with the little mark above it. In the Unicode standard sequences like that and the whatever that is, E0301 are called canonical equivalents. Canonical equivalents. Okay. Canonical equivalence. Sequences. So I'll say example, and then I'll just give this. And then this. So then what is canonical equivalent? In Unicode, a canonical equivalent means that two different sequences of code points represent the same character. Two different sequences of code points represent the same character or visual appearance. Yeah. And are considered equal in meaning and form. With the acute represents two code points. Okay. But Python sees two different sequences of code points and considers them not equal. Okay. But Python sees them as two different code points and considers them not equal. The solution in Unicode data.normalize, the solution is Unicode data.normalize. Okay, so I'll get here. Unicode data.normalize. The first argument of that function of 4 strings is one of 4 strings. Let's start with the first 2. Arg1, arg2. So I'll go here and I'll say arg1. One of the following 4 strings. One is quote NFC, 2 NFD, 3 NFKC, and 4, there you go, I'll zoom in for you guys. NFKD. Okay, let's start. Normalized form C composes the code points to produce the shortest equivalent string. Okay, so composes the code point to produce the shortest equivalent string. Okay. NFD, normalize form D, decomposes expanding composed characters into base characters and combining characters. Okay, so normalized form D decomposes expanding composed characters into the base characters and separate combining characters. Oh, separate, not separate. And separate combining characters. Both of these normalizations make comparison work as expected, but as the next example shows. From Unicode data import normalize, we have cafe, and then we have these 2 different strings, one with the additional code point for the little whatever it's called, acute. Okay, so we call normalize into NSC, we'll put them into 4, and then normalize into NFD puts them all into 5. And then, okay. That's pretty cool. So it'll just shrink it or expand it for you, basically, into its longest code point form or shortest code point form in Unicode data. Okay. Keyboard drivers usually generate composed characters, so text typed by users will be NFC by default. Keyboard drivers usually generate composed characters. Okay. So will be NFC by default. However, to be safe, it may be good to normalize strings with normalized NFC user text before saving. NFC is also the normalization form recommended by the W3C in character model for the World Wide Web string matching and searching. Some single characters are normalized by NFC into another single character. The symbol of the omega, unit by electrical resistance is normalized to the Greek uppercase omega. they are visually identical, but they compare as unequal. So it's essential to normalize to avoid surprises. Okay, so in this example, from Unicode, we normalize the name. Okay, ohm is equal to this code point character value. And whoo! My dog is not happy. Come on. Come on. It's okay, you can come under here. Come on. Come on under. I know you're scared. It's okay. Lay down. You guys hear those booms? Big booms. Okay. Okay. Okay, name is ohm sign. Ohm C equals normalize NFC into the ohm into NFC. Okay, so we're going to compose this into and then capital Greek letter omega. Ohm does not equal normalize ohm and ohm C equals true. To normalize to avoid surprises. Did we talk about this normalize before? It's here. Yeah, Unicode.normalize. Just a function. Oh, so that normalizes it into the C format, and now they're equal. So they don't equal another. Gotcha. Yeah. The other two normalization forms are NFKC and NFKD, where the letter K stands for compatibility. Okay. These are stronger forms of normalization affecting the so-called compatibility characters. Although one goal of Unicode is to have a single canonical code point for each character, some characters appear more than once for compatibility with pre-existing standard. For example, the microsign, like mu, right, was added to Unicode to support round-trip conversion to Latin 1, which includes it even though the same character is part of the Greek alphabet with code point of that Greek smaller letter mu. So the microsign is considered a compatibility character. In NFKC and NFKD forms, each compatibility character is replaced by a compatibility decomposition of one or more characters that are considered a preferred representation, even if there is some formatting loss. Ideally, the formatting should be the responsibility of external markup, not part of Unicode. To exemplify the compatibility decomposition of the 1/2 fraction is the sequence of 3 characters, string of the slash and the 2, and the compatibility composition of the microsign. Here's how the NFKC works in practice. From Unicode, we normalize a name. The half is vulgar half, fraction 1/2. Print half, normalize into NFKC half, where it's the string of 1/2. The char for normalize NFKC half, print char name, digit fraction, and digit 2-digit. For squared, normalize into it just gives you the numbers out of it. Okay. So these are just more harsher. They just extract out all the data into its like raw components, basically. Although 1/2 is a reasonable substitute for 1/2, and the microsign is really a lowercase Greek mu, converting 4 squared to 42 changes the meaning. And an application could store 4 squared as 4 sup 2 sup, but the normalized function knows nothing about formatting. Therefore, NFKC or NFKD may lose or distort information but they can produce convenient intermediate representations for searching and indexing. Unfortunately, with Unicode, everything is always more complicated than it first seems. For the vulgar fraction 1/2, the NFKC normalization produced 1 and 2 joined by fraction slash instead of solidus, aka slash, the familiar character with ASCII code decimal 47. Therefore, searching for the 3-character ASCII sequence 1/2 would not be found, would not find the normalized Unicode sequence. No days off, Tim. You know the vibe. Come on. This might be a dead stream, though. Everybody might be out and about. I'm fine ending it early tonight. I'll go watch a little show and drink a little cold one. I got some cold ones from the market, so we're feeling good on that front. Okay. I'll read a few more pages. Case folding. Case folding is essentially converting. When are we going to get through this stuff? This is not like data structure. This is like... I'm not the guy to ask about that. I go with what's cheap. What holiday is it? It's Independence Day, July 4th, the day the Declaration, I think, right? It's the day the Declaration of Independence was signed, I believe. It's like America's birthday. I think. I'm a history guy. I really do not like history. I fall asleep every time in history class.
Tim says Mike out here bought beer from the dollar store.
No. Not that bad. It's gotta taste somewhat good. Okay, case folding is essentially converting.
Tim says God Summer 2026 is gonna be a movie. USA 250th anniversary and World Cup. Mohan says funny, a week ago was Canada Day.
720. Yeah, that might be crazy. Calls summer 2026. Honestly, dude, might be a big economic swing, big upturn. December 2026. Case folding is essentially converting all text to lowercase and some additional transformations. Converting all text and doing some additional. Tim, how late are you gonna stay up tonight? You gonna stay up late? I might be down to play. Do you play League, Tim? That's the only thing my MacBook can run, I think. Or should we play one of you guys in chess? Get wrecked in chess. Should we play some games tonight? Dude, honestly, I'd be down for longer streams, but I've got to get a better chair, you guys. Like, I just... Like, my cheeks just start burning after a while. Pause. I've got to get a better chair because I cannot stream. Like, after 3 hour mark, I've got to, like, get up for, like, at least, like, 30 minutes and, like, just sit on the couch because my and then I can come back. So, for, like, the after hours and do another 3 hours. But, so, I really think it's just the chair or maybe just having a little break in between. I don't know. Rocket League? No, Rocket League's boring. Rocket League's so boring.
Tim says, chess tourney.
Chess tourney. One of you guys with your script bots will rig it. There's a couple of people in Discord that have their chess bots. It is supported by the stir.casefold method.
Mohan says put bunch of pillows.
For any string s containing only Latin 1 characters, stir.casefold produces the same result as s.lower. But the only exception, the micro U sign is changed to the Greek lowercase mu, which looks the same in the most fonts. And the German Z or sharp S, I don't know anything about languages, becomes SS. There are nearly 300 code points from which, so basically this is just telling us that when you're converting code points, there's some functions to kind of extract out the information and kind of like decode and encode it into, you know, these formats, right, to have it so you can use it in data and save it or whatnot. A bunch of pillows? What? Case folding is a hard issue with plenty of linguistic special cases, but the Python core team made an effort to provide a solution that hopefully works for most users. In the next couple of sections, we'll put our normalization knowledge to develop in utility functions. Utility functions for normalized text matching.
Sandev says watching from India, Tamil Nadu.
Hey, watching from India. Nice. Sorry, was that bad? I don't know. Am I gonna get canceled? It's all with love. I like that. I like that dance. I think it's cool. I like the belly dance and all that jazz. Well, of course, who doesn't like that dance? God, fuck. Tim, what are you doing? Tim's getting crazy. Okay, so where are we at? Case folding. Okay. All right, I think I might gonna call it here for the reading.
Tim says they tried to cancel me on Twitter for wishing everyone a happy 4th of July.
Yeah, Tim's funny. Tim acts like he got followers on Twitter. Alright.
Says Mike, any calc progress XD?
Nah, dude, no calc progress. We're so buns. We're cooked on calc. We are cooked. We are so cooked on calc. If you guys want access to my notes, Fluent Python, these notes that we're taking right now, they're kind of like the spark notes throughout the book, basically, chapter breakdown of all the important juice that I think I'm kind of getting out of it. You can get it on my GitHub. Nice, Sandev. Appreciate you so much for coming in here, my guy. For that, it's like going crazy. Listen to all those fireworks. My dog not happy. Hey bro, even I'm from non-tech and want to move to tech. What's what are you currently in right now, Karthik? Thanks so much for coming in, my guy. I've seen you pop in a couple of times over the past few weeks. You're awesome, guy. Don't stress. Just have some fun and code with me here. Let's have fun. Okay. Let's get working on our project, right? Yo, are any of you guys gonna build the front end? I don't want to build it. I don't want to build it. Someone build it, please. No, no one's gonna build it. I need to add Marildo to that contributing. I think it's fine. I can just do it, right? Yeah, let me see. Yeah. All right, let's just merge them in. Let's do it right now. He'll probably pop in later. Welcome, dude. Please build.
If I do it, I'll make 2008 PHP style. Mohan says good. Tim says me and Mohan will do it.
Alright, we merged them in. Oh, shoot. Oh, he did on dev. There it is. Man, GitHub's really awesome when you get to use it. I'm sure there's more to use and get to know, but it's pretty crazy. And Git too has saved my bacon. It saved me last night, dude. These got deleted somehow. It saved me.
Website looked like it's from 1999.
So this is what we got so far, you guys. Looks pretty good so far. I don't want to build the other widgets. I built the frame for y'all. Where's the community? This is the community project. This is just Mike. This is Mike project. I'm gonna kick y'all out, and I'm gonna take credit for the project. You know, come on. I'm gonna delete you guys from contributing.
Let's go, Tim. 1999.
I'm gonna kick you guys out of the project. I'm the only one building this thing. Okay, so we also got Chat GPT to build us a logo. Look at this, you guys.
Mohan says my love might make web app. This is hard XD.
Oh, what? It's gonna be like that. Hopefully, it has it saved here in my chat.
Tim says, we're boycotting until you buy Porthub and let us build the website bot.
Yeah, check this. look what Chat made. Look how good that is, dude. Graphic designers are out of business. Feels bad. R.I.P. Moment of silence for logo makers. Moment of silence for logo makers. Chat is coming for you guys. Coming at the neck.
Tim says that's clean.
Yeah, I know, right? So I was thinking we remove the background and we put that boy like right here in the top left. Yeah?
Badu says how is going on, dude?
How's it going?
My friend's sister just graduated with a graphic design BS after 5 years.
Cooked. Dude. I have a coworker who's telling me he has this one friend. My coworker's friends, brothers, sisters, cousins, third times. My coworker has this friend who like went to school, dropped out, went back, dropped out, and then finally went back, but like is going back for something completely different, starting over again for like animation and stuff. I don't know. Cooked. It's tough luck out there. Hopefully they can find something. Find their passion. Yeah, so look at this logo for Stalker here. I kind of want to have like a dashboard page, maybe like a flash page almost. Like when you first run. I think that'd be sick. Let me Are we about to Photoshop here and live? Sorry if this is boring, you guys. Look at all my Photoshops here. All my thumbnails. Okay, new. That's fine, I guess. 1,000 by 1,000. Let's just load in this guy. Oh. Okay, sick. It's literally 1,000 by 1,000. So let's rasterize it. So let's go, I think we can go image. No, it's, what's it called? There's a thing you can do. Select subject. That was terrible. Detailed results. Select subject. There we go. Okay, let's select a mask. There we go. I got rid of the background. There is a bit of like a what I might do is I might like recreate it. I don't want that. Let me see, can I go, let me feather. I'm not the best at this. I used to be way better at Photoshop when I was younger. I mean, should we just ask chat to do it first? Would be that crazy? I don't know, I kind of want to. Okay, let's try again. Let's go here. We have this selected actually, so what we can do, I think, is we can let's create a new layer here, and then let's fill the selection with a color of just white. Here we go. Now we can do just black, I guess. Okay, so now we have that. Okay, there's some like, it's not perfect. It's not terrible though, it's pretty good. So what I think I'm going to do actually is we'll have a few logos. Should I do it in Illustrator, you guys? So we get the vector? I can do it in Illustrator. Project, you know. Okay, let's go with chat came up with this guy here. It's not bad either. That looks pretty good too, dude. It's pretty good at making logos. I'll give it that, man. Let me drag that in. Okay, so let's try and see what we can do here in Illustrator. I haven't used Illustrator in a while. Okay, I think we should be able to like well, let's just do this. Let's just get a rounded rectangle. Let's just build this thing. I mean, why not? Why can't we just build it? So let's get rid of the stroke. Let's make it black. Or I'll make it like pink for right now. This is not what you guys want to see, but I know, but this is part of the game of building something. You guys gotta have like a logo and like a cool, make it, I want to make it like a full-on thing for us. I want to make it cool. Okay, let's get this lined up. What's going on here? Oh, it rotated for some reason. Okay. We'll take this. Oh no, this is on a. We need to get this on a new layer.
Mohan says, dude, why do you think it's boring? Mohan says, do you?
Well, you guys want to see me code, not Photoshop. This ain't graphic design, I don't think.
Tim says this is exciting. Will look great on the website FR.
So we could give these like some. We could make it like a little bit cooler maybe, and make these like doji candles and make them like candles. I think would be cool.
Mohan says exactly web app gonna look god level. Tim says I love a good side quest might.
Are we making this into a web app? Is our Tkinter just a proof of concept, or what's the Tkinter for? What are we doing? Nobody keeps me in the loop of my own app. You guys are, everybody's, I don't know what's going on. They're taking the company. Eduardo Savern all over again.
Yes.
This is lit.
Mohan says just hanging around with TK. Tim says he'll put up a community poll FR.
Sounds a little too small.
Mahan says Mike is getting old. His hand's shaking.
What? These weak arms are heavy. Let's go like this.
Mahan says, can't fix them on the sticks.
I want to make sure these are actually like lined up appropriately, so I'm gonna put like this here. I'm gonna make this like magenta. These will be like our guides, and then we're gonna make a standard basically. We'll put, this is how I used to do my stuff back in the day. Just use rectangles to help you out. So width, we'll make this 25 pixels. So we'll make these have a width of 35 pixels each of them. Not height.
Abdul says NGL, even with the Python studying I've done, I feel so dumb when I look at the code you added. Can't try to figure out what else I can add to it on the backside of things. Abdul says it's a skill issue. I need to get good lol. Mahan says yeah, my grandpa also used to use a ruler BC of his shaking hand.
Shaking hand. What are you guys on with this shaking hand stuff? Why am I getting flamed for shaking hand? What is going on? Shaking hand. Y'all are tripping. What is going on? Parkinson's mic over here. Okay, got this lined up now. So what I'm gonna do is actually, I'm gonna take these bars and every 25 pixels.
Tim says check Discord Mike.
Okay, so that's 25 pixels. There it is as well. There it is as well. So actually, so it would go in there like that every 25. So I'm gonna make them every 35 pixels. So we need one that's, let's get a width on here. This one's 35. So let's put this, let's just shrink down the height so it matches. There we go. So every other one will be, let's make this blue. This will be where the so we have a gap of 25 and then a 35 thick bar. Oh, come on. Ooh, firework going crazy. Okay, looks good. Okay, so then we'll just bring this in to there. There we go. Okay, so now we got it kind of lined up here how we want it. So now, we just need to set these heights basically, right? So we can remove these ones here. Okay. And then we can so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of these and I'm going to drag them straight. So just stick with me here. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring this into, can I make this number my own? I want to make it like 5 pixels around it. Oh, here we go. There we go. Let's actually do it to all of these. But you can only do it one at a time. That sucks. 45. 5. 5. 5. Okay. Now let's set the heights. So this will be, let's set it.
Hey, Mike. Good evening. Hope you're having one today. Just saw your comment. I'll definitely hop on once I get my laptop back, although I've never worked with Pincher. Wriggle says, P.S. GitHub comment was posted before watching the stream.
Sorry, what? Hold on, I'll read your comment in just a sec. I'm in the zone. Let me delete this. I don't need this. Okay, there we go. So this is 35. Let's make this. We don't want to link them. Let's make this 35. Let's go up in 10s or 15s. 35. Well, we want it to be kind of exponential, so let's go up 35, let's go up 10, and then we'll go up 20. Let's go up 10, and we'll add 5 to it every single time. 10 and 15, and then we'll go with the difference of 20. So 35, let's go up 45 here. This one will be, we went up 15 last time, so let's add 5 to it. Let's go up. So 35 plus 45 plus, I'm been done, 65. 65 plus, no, we need to go a little bit faster than that. Okay, so this is at 35, this goes up 10, let's go up 15 for the first one, so 15. 50. Okay, let's go up 30 from, this would be 80. Okay, let's go up 45 from 80. Oh my gosh. 25. This will go up 60 from 125. And this one will go up 75 from 185. I don't want to do that one in my head. 260. Okay. Okay, so now let's drag these down. There we go. There we go. Drag this one up. There we go.
Roundredent says if you select all of them, you can bottom align them.
Oh, we got some Illustrator. You can bottom align all of them. There's a hack to do that. Oh. Yo! Come on. Who was that? Round rodent, dude. Come on. Okay, what's the Fibonacci? Yeah, let's go Fibonacci. I think I kind of already made a Fibonacci, a little bit of a Fibonacci, but we can do the exact one. I kind of guessed. Let's go ahead and do that. I mean, it's pretty close.
Says honestly looks good now.
Okay, so this actually, we're close, actually. This would be 34 pixels for height, or not for size. 34 pixels for height. This would be 55. This would be 89. It's smart to go Fibonacci because it's a stalker app. That makes perfect sense. The next one's 144. We were pretty close though in my estimate. I was going by 15, but increasing 15 every single time, kind of exponentially like that. Then it goes. Sorry, we did which one? This was 144. This is 233. And this is.
Explosive 1401 says, hey, what's up? What are you
377.
doing today?
We're doing some artwork. We're building a stalker app community project, and we're working on it right now. I'm building the logo here. That last one is really tall. Should I just make it 4 and get rid of that last? Make it 5, get rid of that last one? Yeah, I think so. So I'm trying to recreate what ChatGPT gave us here. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, so then let's go ahead.
1401 says that last looked weird ahead.
Yeah, the last one was brutal. It was like way like Shrek does here. Okay. Let's go ahead and do something with this arrow here. I think the easiest way to do this, so the easiest way I think we could do this.
Says asymptote. Round rodent says lol.
You guys seem to be liking the Photoshop work here. This is part of the product building. I feel bad because we're not coding, but it is what it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do it with rectangles here. So I'm gonna do a rectangle.
Round rodent says it 100% is part of solo debbing.
35. I'm gonna make the angle, let's set the angle here to, can I edit angle in one of these options here somewhere? I want it to be 45 exact. There we go. Well, that's 15 degrees. That's 30 degrees.
Round rodent says if you hold shift while rotating. Round rodent says it will snap too.
Okay. Y'all know Adobe Illustrator like that? There we go. You really know Illustrator like that. You guys are really good. You guys are sick. Okay, let's see if we can recreate this guy here. I'll move it down closer. Okay, but we'll just kind of recreate it here at the start. And then we'll make this even more so rounded.
Riddle says well, you will have to make a logo that fits in both
Ah, that's right, dude. Yeah. Okay. So I'll set the height to 25. Okay, then we'll copy this over to here. Make it parallel. And then just bring it over. I think that's parallel. It's alright, we can figure it out here. If we go like this, we'll just make another one. Oh, let's just duplicate it. And then we'll just go like this. Rotate it this way. Bring this in. I'm gonna make it a different color so I can see. Yeah. Christmas. So I think I'll be able to use the tool to like snap them into combination, but I think that's pretty close. There we go. We intersect it with the path, intersect it with the path. There we go. See, now what we can do. Okay, and so now we need this arrow. So let's use this. The polygon tool with one. Oh, yes, I'm so smart. Come on, let's go. I remember this. Dude, I used to do a lot of, I took like graphic design in high school. I used to make a lot of like logo stuff, like gaming related stuff back in the day. I had like a dream. I wanted to be in, when I was like 11 or 10 or 11, 9, 10, 11, like I wanted to be in, the FaZe clan so bad. I would play video games. I played Modern Warfare 2 a lot. Let's see if we can intersect here.
Use two rectangles to make the arrow.
There we go. Well, let's just go inward and see if we can intersect this.
It's clause I-1401 says next project. Create a game.
Want a game?
Jim says Mike wanted to be a pro gamer.
It was like that kid that tried to convince his parents to let him play video games all day. Two rectangles. Think about that. Okay, how does that look in proportion? So this is the size of it. This is the width, height here. So if I change this, this goes to like a different space. Okay, that's where it's at on the plane. Okay, so let's change these to more whole values. 85 by 85. This is 35. So if we just double 35, that's 70. Really needed to do math there for that, I guess. So let's just do 70 by 70. What do you guys think? I'll make it the same red. I'll make it just like black. Do you think it needs, I think it's a little bit, we got a little bit of a chub tip. We kind of need a bigger tip. 85 by 85. I think that looks pretty good. I need this one to,
It's cross-eyed 1401 says that looks good. Myrtle says two rectangles arranged at some obtuse angle forming two adjacent sides of an outlined triangle.
it's been a while since my geometry. Okay, let me see here. How can I get this to intersect appropriately? How I want. I think right there is where I want it. Is this the same size as this? Let me just make sure. I want it to be. Yes, okay, good. There you go. Okay, now that was tripping me up.
Mike's geometry teacher in shambles RN.
I'm not gonna, dude, my geometry, he was a nice guy. I just didn't really pay attention in geometry. It was like, I think he took geometry, I took geometry freshman year of high school. Just wasn't really like that into it, I guess. Okay. The thing is this one appears, so we need this. Let's go here. I want to make, let's go to the borders here. So let's not link these. The top left, I want to make 0. And the top right, I want to make 0. There we go. And now let's just put these together. I think right there. Okay, so now if we make this black. Okay, what do you guys think about that there? Now what we can do is we can take this. I like this in terms of sizing.
1401 says look good. Myrtle says you have an example in your current illustration the small and large rectangles while making the arrowhead. You've to make sure that length of the two triangles are same.
So this one though we could make, we want to make the rounded by, we made this one rounded by what? 5 pixels, 12 pixels. I thought we did 5.
Myrtle says let me see if I can get some image and send it to you on Discord.
12, 5. Huh. So let's put this at 5 with everything else. What's going on? Okay. This one. And then I want to make this. All right. How do you feel about the roundness? So if I take this as is, I'll make it bigger. Okay. Do you guys like the matched roundness with the graph, or do you think it should be more rounded on this guy? What do we think? Think it looks good? Now what we can do is we'll have to make, should we choose some, like a green here? Or keep it black? It looks pretty cool. I think it looks sick. Nice. Alright, I'll check it out. Okay. So I think I'm going to take this though. Okay, let's take these. Let's go to this guy here. Line. We went to where's my thing? Your Pathfinder. Merge these paths. Okay, and then let's make this just a little bit smaller to match the. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take these and merge these paths. Now I'm going to take this and align it with the size of this. Hey, dude. Welcome in, dude. Matches. Matches. So now let's just drag this upwards.
Make the last vertical line smaller so that tip of arrow gets space. Myrtle says I think a curved arrow would have been better to show exponential growth, although the current squiggly arrow indicates the actual trade graph with some growth and decline.
I was really thinking about this. I want to try to line up this. I think it'd be like visually appealing. My graphic design teacher in high school taught me about visual tension. He'll be proud that I remembered this. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab a rectangle tool. I'm going to align it to this path. Sheesh, fireworks going crazy right now. I'm not in a war zone right now, you guys. It's just fireworks, I promise. Now let's align this tip, just the tip, with that edge. Where's my pen tool? Okay. Ooh, I like this one. Pixel by pixel. I think it's as close as we're gonna get right now. I knew someone was gonna call me out for that.
Tim says Biochemist learns Photoshop lit.
Whatever, I'm gonna go back. I think it was fine. It's ready for my viewing, huh? The way you said that is funny. It's ready for your viewing, sir. Like what? Chill, Tim. Chill. It ain't that crazy. Okay, right there. I think that looks good. Okay, I'm going to... What we're going to do is I'm going to... go to my layers here. I'm going to create a new layer. I'm going to copy this onto my new layer. I'm going to go to these layers over here. I'm going to hide these two. I'm going to lock them and hide them, the individual components. So those are saved now. And then my components together, I'm going to merge. My dog really is scared. It's okay.
Wriggle says maybe rotate it a little bit anti-clockwise.
I was thinking about rotating, but right now it's like it's at the perfect like 45-degree angles right now. So it's pretty like everything's kind of square.
Says the arrow.
I guess the only thing I don't like is I wish, does this line up with this edge here? No, it doesn't. See, that's why I wanted to save it. Okay, let's go back. Okay, so let's take this. I think that looks pretty good. Is that lined up on top?
Wriggle says check out the pic before saving. See if you like it.
That's the top right there. So many little, there we go. Okay, so that's lined up, that's lined up, that's lined up. Okay, I think that is our logo right there. Let's lock that into place. New layer, oop, nope. New layer. Go here. Oh, those are locked. I don't know, I would maybe wish it was a little bit thicker. The lines. Whatever, I think it looks good. Okay, let's copy that. Hide those. Let's merge these guys together. Boom. All right, we got a logo here. Okay, so then let's take this. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna have, this will be one logo, just this by itself. Okay, and then we'll duplicate. We'll grab this logo, and then we'll have another one, another option of duplicate this. Duplicate. There we go. lock that one. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'm going to shrink this down, move it over here, and now we're going to grab some text and we're going to make Stalker. What font should we do for the font of choice? So this is what the Almighty had us looking like. Alright. So let's try, like, we've got a couple of thicker stop fonts here we can try.
Riddle says make one with a light gray white color for dark theme. Shivamop 950 says morning from India, brother.
Hey, how's it going? That looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool. I like that. I think that looks sweet. We got Mariel's approval. Hey, how's it going, Shivam? Morning from India. Nice. Welcome back. It's okay, baby. Don't mind the fireworks. And my puppy is not liking the fireworks. I think I might make it a little bit thinner.
Tim says looks incredible, Mike.
I'm gonna try to make it as thin as these, like the T and stuff. So let me make this color like pink. Am I just dragging it? Am I not doing anything? I think I'm just dragging it. What am I doing? Is it Alt Command? I'm definitely making it thicker. Okay. It's just taking a little bit. That's too much. Ah, come on. I wish there was an easier way. Is there an easier way? Anybody have a hack? I think that might be it right there. Yeah, okay. So now let's... So the only thing though is this doesn't have any... I can't like round the bottom of the text to match like the roundness of that, right? So I'll go like this, we'll get another 25. else here. All right, what do you guys think about that? We could have it be like a different color. I kind of like this, like, kind of more magenta kind of color.
Riddle says try Ubuntu font. I think it has rounded font. Not sure.
Let's go back. Hold on, let me just see here. What would it look like if we got rid of the... Check. This. What could I don't want to crop it. What is that? No. It's just a path, and we can't round the edge of this path. What was I came up there? I just made no round edge. I got rid of the rounded on here. I think I'm gonna keep the rounded edges on it all. Okay, that's fine. I think that looks really good. Okay, let's take this here. Let's try to center this up. View rulers. Alright, cool. So we got two logos here. We got like just a default logo here, like just an on, and then we got like an elongated one. I think that looks pretty good so far. Sorry about going down a graphic design lane here, but I think that looks pretty nice. Sweet. Okay, let's save this file. Save it.
Brittle says the font.
Okay, let's do repos. Hold on. Alright, cool. That looks nice. That looks really nice. Really nice. I'll try one last thing here. Let's see. We can get a rounded. Well, it's free. Can I? Okay, so let's go back then. Let's grab this guy. So type create outlines. I don't want to have to do it for all of them. How can I mass select all of them?
Brittle says, oh, I didn't know we could do that. GG.
8 on 5. Can I link them? That looked pretty cool, but not what I was looking for. Just want to get this to 5 on the dot. My anxiety, my OCD is gonna kill. Maybe I should only do it for the edges. Maybe I should do it custom. That probably is, yeah. Let me just 5. Just the bottom ones. Brutal. This is brutal. I don't think I want to do it for that one. I do want to do it for that one.
Logic says yo.
Hey, how's it going? 5, 5, 5,
Logic says what you cook.
5, 5. We're building a logo here for our app. We're starting to build stuff. Kind of just messing around. Oh, I think I messed up all of these. Oh my gosh, I did. Oh, okay. I think now we're back to normal. Okay, so then let's go here. I just take this one directly. There we go. I don't know, that looks kind of dumb. Okay, let's do that. Okay. 5, 5, 5, 5. Ah, this sucks. Come on. Almost there. Luckily with the O we don't got to do anything. C is pretty easy too, just 4 on this guy. The T's got a lot. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Okay, and then 4 more on the S. 5, 5.
Logic says the grind don't stop, not even on the 4. In with you, bro, just taking a little break.
Nice. Alright, that looks really good. I think that was well worth the effort. That's night and day improvement in terms of now it's consistent with that, and that looks a lot more visually appealing. I like that a lot better. Save that in. Alright, let's export. Export. Stalker logo full. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into repos, Wackathon Stalker. Let's create a new folder here in app called assets. IMGs. Logos. Export. Okay. File, export. Oh, no. Let's make sure I'm in the middle here.
Riddle says, are you gonna use transparent BG logo or with white BG? I think transparent BG would be better.
Yeah, it rendered out as transparent. Or exported out. There we go. Okay.
Riddle says, at least for the long logo.
Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's see.
Riddle says, great.
Okay, Stalker logo. Graph. Transparent. Okay, so now if I go into our VS Code, into Stalker here, assets, images. There we go. Nice, so I can go and edit like the looks like it's cutting off right there. Why is it cutting off right there?
Riddle says hers is part theme. It won't look good.
It's alright, we can change stuff. Can I give a little bit of room? I don't want to crop to the kind of cut stuff off, so let's go ahead and select all. Let's fill here.
Riddle says when BG is transparent, I don't think there are any kind of margins.
go. Let's get you something. Alright, now that has a little bit more margin to it. So I'm gonna do the same thing for this one too. But we're gonna make it white too, so let's go back to AI. Select all this. What's a good color? Honestly, like probably like a green.
Virgil says, oh, you are a great illustrator, I'd say.
How do I go to that hex? Come on. Oh. Oh, come on, what's going on here? Oh, these booms are giving me like anxiety. It's annoying. Why isn't this, what am I stuck in here? I'm like stuck in some stupid thing. I wanted, what is this? Go away. I want to make this different color.
Virgil says I have.
Why can't I B2 C8 B2? No, that's way too. headphones are dying. Where's the AirPod case? Get the AirPod case. Alright, I gotta pause the music for 5 minutes here while I let my AirPods charge here for a sec. Sorry about it, guys, 1 sec. Alright. Need a dark mode green. Let's try this guy. Why is this not working anymore? This is so frustrating. Was working. When I do these other ones. I don't think they're there.
Myrtle says ask chat for RGB values.
Those are hex values though. That's terrible. What are these? That's not bad. What are these colors, chat?
Myrtle says those are good for light theme only.
Take.
Myrtle says tell it that you want it for a dark theme app.
we go. Nice. Alright, that's cool. Alright, so in my main here, I can throw that logo now right there, which will be cool. So let's see what we can do. Let's try it. Let's see if all else fails, if we can get something on the board here. So we have in our header frame. So this is our header frame here. This is that label. Let's do self.logo equals to image. Okay, so we can have a light and dark image. So let me go back here. Let's go File. Let's go here. File. Export as full dark. So this wants, what does it want first? Light image. Pill.image for light mode. Oh, it's a pill. Okay, so let me see. Let me go to custom to Kinter docs here. Go to the Okay, so the CTK is not a widget itself, but a container up to 2 pill images for light and dark mode. There's also a size tuple which describes the width and height of the image depending on scaling. Therefore, it's important that the pill images are in higher resolution than the given size tuple so that the image is not blurry if rendered on 4K or 2x scaling. Okay, so from pill import image. Like is image.open with the path. Okay. Let's go. Is it a pillow? I did this. Why is it not? Ooh. Makes sense. Something real quick. Still runs. Okay, so I don't know what the heck. Okay, whatever. Excuse me, Sky. Gosh. Jeez. Lay right on my feet, why don't you? Okay, so let's go back to that. Back to. What happened to my thing? Okay, so let's go. Okay, so now let's go. Image. So it should just be there. No. Backticks for a path, or is it still quotes? And it's still quotes. How can I open up? So I'm in custom widgets. I need to go into assets, IMGs. Just create a temporary file so we can get some structure here. So now if I go dark mode. I wonder if it's just the path is not getting there. I wonder how can I test this path. Let's do how can I test? Let's go here. Let's go to testing it. Let me do this. Open up. curious. I'm curious. It is. Oh, after creating the image, you need to place it inside of a widget. Okay, so we created the image. So let's go self.logo label is equal to a ctk.ctk label given parent of self image equals to self.logo. Then we say text is just a blank string. And then we're going to add the image. Right, and we're going to pack it into here. There it is. Okay. This is really small. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so then let's set pack expand or say fill both expand true. No, that puts it into the middle. So now let's, I guess, put a designated width onto the logo itself, right? So let's give no. Okay, so in this CTK image call, what you can do is you say size equals to, then you put a size here of a tuple. So we'll say, what's the frame? What's the size of this frame? So I'll say like 1,000. Height. By let's go. Yo, come on. Let's go. Okay. So the dark mode. Let's go here. Yo, okay. Sweet. Okay, so we'll say, give us to 125. Let's live. Let's go. That looks awesome. Let me put back in my headphones so I can hear chat. Oh, that's a cool setting for real. I'll have to look that up because the folder stacking is pretty annoying. You probably know what I'm talking about, considering that you do exactly how to fix it. All right, so what if I expand it to the entire size of the frame? That looks really good. That looks so good. Nice. See, now if I make the frame itself right here, so if I make the frame here, if I is it foreground color transparent? Yeah, there we go. That looks so good. Woo! I like that a lot. Let's go, boys. Hey, Chaos Dev, how's it going? Hey, Vampire Marcus. I appreciate you for jumping in on Twitch and hanging out with me. Consider following along on Twitch if you guys aren't. We're pushing up our Twitch followers. Twitch followers. That's good. Thanks for the follow, Chaos Dev, on Twitch. You're awesome, dude. Okay. Nice. Okay, that's cool. That's really nice. I'm really happy with that. Let me grab a refill on my drink. I'm out of drink, you guys. Got no more drink. No, where's my drink? What happened to my drink? All right, that looks really good. I'm so happy with that. Woohoo! All right, that looks so awesome. Like we could even have have a dashboard page. Like this could be like dashboard, portfolio account transactions. Okay, this looks really good. I'm so happy with this. Let's go. Okay. I could make these like different shades of green. That'd be cool too. No, you can only have one overarching. Well, you're only one person, so really you are the portfolio, right? So whatever account you have wherever, like it's your portfolio. Like, yeah, I guess like you can subsequently have like individual like portfolio, but really like it's kind of doesn't make much sense. Like, you are the portfolio, and whatever accounts you have under your social security number, those just feed under accounts, right? It all comes back to your social security number for tax purposes at the end of the night, at the end of the year, right? Okay, that looks really good. Nice. All right. Nice. Looks really good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Having a sidebar? There is no sidebar. Okay. I think this looks really good so far. I'm really happy with this. You can tell. I'm like cheesing. Okay, so we need to start building basically like these features. We want to have like well, I need to do like the file system stuff too. There's so much stuff I have to do, I don't even know where to really go. Well, when we do the... So we kind of need to figure out the database stuff now. Because we're going to have to start adding information, and the only way we're going to be able to add information is if we are able to save it. Okay, let's just go here. I'm going to create a new file called functions.py, I guess. Let's create a function called create profile. Or, sorry. Okay. Something like this. Okay, so create a portfolio given a name. Stir. So all you need to do is give it a name, right? Initially, okay. We're gonna return none. Okay, so we're gonna say, so what's our goal here? So we're gonna create a portfolio, a new /blank portfolio object, given the custom name string, set as right. We need to write the portfolio onto disk. insert function to write portfolio onto disk. Insert function to update GUI. Turn a portfolio. Yeah, how's it going, Monkey Monkey? I like that name. What's going on, dude? The box on the left, this is for like the statistics and information, and then this is for like a visual graph. Ooh. Okay, so let's do.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says this is a QT ad.
No, Tikinter. Tikinter, my friends, Tikinter. Okay, so we have. Right, create this function. So we're gonna say new portfolio is equal to a portfolio.
123 Monkey says I not have much experience with TK, only QT. The Monkey 123 Monkey says love the type painting though.
Nice, dude. Not much experience with TK, only QT. It's pretty similar. TK is really easy, honestly. It's really easy once you kind of wrap your mind around. The hardest part is the placement of widgets, but other than that, it's really easy so far. Now, it's not as easy, I'd say, as like Tailwind and like centering stuff and just easily just placing divs around and getting structure going, but it's easy enough for like Python, I guess I'll say. Okay, so we're going to return a new portfolio. Okay, so we're going to insert a function to write the portfolio to disk. So we're going to have def save portfolio given a portfolio. Given a portfolio. Right. Okay, so we're going to say try with open. We're going to open up so this is the hard part, is that this function is going to have to be really customized to, we're going to have Aurorasaur or Don Soap, I think is his other alias, write this function similar to how he did for the small business manager. If you're there, Don Soap, we need you for like OS detection and stuff. Okay, so let's just open up temp path. Actually, I'm gonna give a path here. Initial. No. Path is equal to, and I'll just make a temporary path here. So we're gonna open up. Okay, so an app, we're gonna have a database. Right, and then we're going to open up a file called
The Monkey 123 Monkey says, brother, if your first arg is the class they, this looks like a method. Also, if your return type is the class, then it's probably a class method.
yeah, we'll probably have to restructure it, but we'll just get some testing for now. Portfolio. So let's say app slash database slash later, dude. Write the file. So we want to accept if it's not found. Yeah, I've never really used the path library yet. Definitely need to. Aurora Sora on our channel, he wrote the last one for our project. Okay, so I want to see here for... I thought I... wrote an account to dict method. I thought I wrote a... I think it might be a transaction. Yeah. Okay. Let's dump portfolio. We want to open as file. We want to dump onto the file. So that'll just dump all the information onto it. Portfolio error. Portfolio. JSON does not exist. So I'm going to take this into a portfolio. Okay, so try here. Okay, let's see here. So let's put this a I already have it, so right, so we have, we'll just say okay. Let's see something real quick. Okay. Okay, so we have a portfolio now with a save portfolio function where you open the temporary path file, which we'll have to do some sort of dynamic approach to this sometime. That's for a different day though. Oh, come on, the autoplay kills me.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says, how do you mean dynamic?
Like to read the person's operating system and stuff. And detect it, and then open up a file into, and then get a path from wherever they're detecting or whatever, and then get like the prefix path basically to this point. Or I'm not sure. I'll have to test it. I don't know. Never done that before. We'll figure it out. Okay. So we added.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says Padlet is the way to go for this, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Monkey 123 Monkey says you can do something like path file.
Add portfolio.
Monkey 123 Monkey says then path parent edge.
Okay, so we added some portfolio methods to dict save portfolio. That will dump the data currently of the dictionary version of the portfolio into the file. So then what I can do is I need to have a function called def load. So this function would be an external function, like, or a class method, right? Because we would need to load the file without having a reference of the object itself. It would just be like a blank function that goes and searches for this path and then goes and extracts out and then constructs the portfolio. So this would be within our helper functions, I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe we could write it inside. So if I have def like load portfolio, right, given a file path in the form of a stir. All right, and this is going to return to us a portfolio object. So then we would say try, and we go with open. I haven't used it in a long time, honestly. So I'm a little bit rusty with the class methods themselves. But the thing is I'm not trying to. If I put a class method and then give CLS instead of self, I'm accessing just the class, but I'm not accessing any object. I'm not accessing any Yeah. Okay. I have it right then. So our save would be an instance method, whereas load would be a class method. Right.
The monkey 123 monkey says yeah.
Right, because you have to have the instance of self to save it, whereas this one you don't have it, so you would just run this method within portfolio.load portfolio, give it a file path. Yeah, so this is just a function that doesn't need a specific instance of a portfolio to be made, but we can still get access to the function by importing just this portfolio. It's kind of like, honestly, like a module. Like we're getting access to kind of like a
The monkey 123 monkey says yeah yeah. The monkey 123 monkey says also you will probably run into type hinting issues with comma portfolio. The monkey 123 monkey says you probably want to import self from typing and return that.
yeah, I can't return an object within itself, right? So I have to return something here. We have to figure this out. I'll just leave it off for now.
123 monkey says from typing import self. The monkey 123 monkey says comma self.
Okay, it's that easy. Oh, it's just basically like a type hint of an object of this self that's not to this specific self, because you can't. It's just like okay, got you. And so does this access and distinguish a portfolio as well, because it's imported into here and housed within this class? Okay, so it'll still, the self object will reflect portfolio and still show us all these instance methods and like the hinting in VS Code, which is nice. That's why I like using these type hinting, is because then when I'm like, found by the class, yeah, okay. I found actually a real like and kind of love for type hinting. I'm honestly using it like every single time now, because okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. That was my question. Just so it'll reference portfolio. Yeah, because when I'm like do the hover things, there's so many times where I'm importing and then if I don't have the type hints in there, it won't like it'll just have it be like an unrecognized method. Like it'll just be kind of unrecognized, not like syntax highlighted, because it doesn't know that that object is supposed to be like the function's returning that object, and then that little variable like is supposed to be that object within the scope of that function. And so but the type hinting connects it all together, and so you can see the methods, basically the trail of methods, of custom methods basically, which is really nice. Nice. Okay, we'll open file path in read mode. Can I give this a class of self? I wonder. So if I load in the dict object or portfolio into file content, that'll give me a dictionary. And then I just need to reconstruct the portfolio with that stuff. So can I give self here as the class type that's being read? And then can I get access to those variables with file content dot name? Or actually it would be a dictionary, so I guess it'd be name like this.
The monkey 123 monkey says no, I think that is not right.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So file content name, we're going to set this equal, we're going to create a portfolio.
The monkey 123 monkey says I don't know specifics about JSON load, but that CLS is probably some loader class.
Portfolio equals to the portfolio. So,
says you need CLS. The monkey 123 monkey says oh you got it. The monkey 123 monkey says yeah. The monkey 123 monkey says then portfolio equals CLS. In a darks.
okay, that's how you do it. That's exactly what I was looking up right there. You already got, you dude reading my mind. Think, monkey man. Okay, so you go class, right? Because it's a class method, so you access the class here. So do you think can I type in this here? No, interesting. Class, and then you say init args.
What time is it there?
Like this? Oh, the init arguments you mean. Okay, so you're saying the class init argument.
23 monkey says sorry, that is the args. The monkey 123 monkey says like name equals.
Okay. Do I have to give self? No, because it's creating this new, it's like I'm creating a blank class, so I'd be giving just name.
The monkey 123 monkey says no, you don't need that. The monkey 123 monkey says yeah.
So then, is there a social stream setting where I can have you not?
123 monkey says if you init only has name you do CLS name. The monkey 123 monkey says where name is your thing.
Oh, I got different. Ooh. I want to see if I can make it so it doesn't say your username over and over again. Do not say yes or someone says. Do not read out chat name when using. I want to know. I want it to read it the first time, but not the second and third time if it's repeated messages, so back to back. I'm gonna try that. That didn't work.
The monkey 123 monkey says test. The monkey 123 monkey says testing.
I think it's gonna. I need to copy the link into my OBS. That didn't work.
Says, do you follow any roadmap?
Hey, how's it going? What? Grandma? French grandma? What? These are funny. We gotta see some of these. Hold up, French grandma. What? What? What is this? That's so funny. Eddie?
The quick round fox jumps over the lazy dog.
Fred. Alright, we'll try one more. Yeah, this guy is smoker's cough. Listen to this guy. Bro, this guy's got the smoker's cough.
The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog.
Alright, Samantha's the best one, clearly. I thought I had it. Okay, whatever. I'm trying to make it so it doesn't say usernames, but it's not doing that. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, let's keep going here. Okay, So name equals to so can I give access to I can't construct these though. These are set by default.
The monkey 123 monkey says you want flow. None equals none. Messi says hi.
Float or none equals none. If it
The monkey 123 monkey says self cache equals cache if cache else 0.0.
caught value error portfolio. Actually, I think I want it to raise. I don't want to silently catch the value error
The monkey
because I want to.
you need to check the validity of the
I don't want to catch the value error because I think I want it to break if you try to do this because that means that I have something wrong as the dev inside and if you fail to do it then it's going to break the program no matter what. So I think we'll say Now we can load the portfolio and provide it the contents of name equals to file content name. We need so this is going to save all the Excel.
Monkey says, I don't know if you care Abu this, but usually you store money as an integer, that way you don't have floating point error in your money and you don't need to round to 2DP always.
Yeah, we can refactor it later. I did that for my small business manager. I converted to and from pennies to dollars. I just like had it all in pennies. But the thing is we don't have a way to convert monetary types at the moment. So we'll have to deal with that as we go. Lots of things to add little by little. Counts. Okay. So now we can load the portfolio. We can create accounts. We can also just cash, stock asset value, and unrealized gain.
Monkey says, man, I've had like 5 ads in the time I've been here. The Monkey 123 Monkey says, crazy.
Yeah, dude, it's brutal. I'm sorry. You should come over to YouTube if you want. They're really trying to get people like it. I've even noticed like as I'm sorry, like I don't really know what else to do. Like it's just YouTube and Twitch, like in terms of ad, they're just like pushing so much to the point where they're like almost forcing you to have to buy the premium or subscribe, because which is kind of messed up, because you should have the option to enjoy the content. I know, like it should be somewhat enjoyable without, it's literally almost to the point where it's like yeah, I've felt it with YouTube too, dude. YouTube's gotten so bad, like literally like 2 unskippable like 30-second ads almost, to where like unskippable 15-second ads, 2 of them back to back. So like you're stuck in a 30-second ad per YouTube video. Like even if it's like a 5-minute video, it's like it's so brutal. Like it's terrible. It makes it so unusable. And then I'm like, part of me is to fight the man. I don't want to buy the premium. Like I don't want to buy YouTube Premium, like another subscription a month. Like come on. But like I mean, I'm fine like subscribing $5 to like creators because they create a lot of individual content, but like a Fortune 5 company, like the top one of the top like 10 companies in the world is just constant. I mean, that's probably why they're the top 10 company in the world, but their YouTube ad revenue cannot be such a detrimental part of their business model that they need to just destroy the enjoyment. It's just so bad, dude. Twitch too, though, man. Like, I, I mean, I watch a few creators on Twitch, and there's points where like if I get like a 3 minute, 4 minute ad, and I just click off. Like I just stop watching. Like I go do something else. Like it's just like why even? I'm not gonna sit through this. Like watch an ad for 2 minutes, 4 minutes.
123 Monkey says I used to have premium, but YouTube just made the experience so bad even when using that I switched to Brave and revamped for my phone.
Yeah, dude. Look, Brave. It's literally what we're Brave. It's so good for YouTube on here. Ray-Vance, they don't have. I was trying to see if they have Brave like a Brave app. Um, but dude, the YouTube app is just so unbearable with ads. It's so terrible. From a person that literally is trying to make some sort of money on YouTube, I'm even saying that it's just too much. Like I make pennies on YouTube. My streams literally pennies. Like I've been streaming for a year straight or 8 months every single day, and I think I've netted a grand total of like $75 in my YouTube creator account. It has, in terms of my donations, I've gotten a few donations, and just in terms of an ad revenue all together in the past, like since January was when I got monetized, 75 bones. So it ain't great over here, boys. It is not great over here. But even me, like saying someone that doesn't make any money in it is saying it's too much. It's too much, dude. Okay, so we create the portfolio given the file content.
123 Monkey says it's the mobile version of YT app, but with all the ad stuff removed, you have to go through a bit to set it up because you have to download a YouTube APK and patch out all the stuff yourself, but the revamped app manages that.
Okay, if you load the file and it's not there, portfolio error.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says really recommend. Link.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out after the stream here. I'm looking for something, dude. These just ads are so terrible, man. You follow on Twitch, Monkey Man? Hit a little follow, my guy. Join the crew. I stream every day. Hey, here we go.
Monkey 123 Monkey says I have now.
Level up, level up. Thanks, dude. You're awesome. Okay, so then we're gonna return portfolio. Do we see anything in this function that it looks really good? It's clean, it's structured. Class name equals. Right, because file content's gonna load a dictionary off of what it read. No, it's gonna load a list of dictionaries. I think it'll be an individual. I think it'll be a list of dictionaries, right? So I think we have to index into it. I mean, we can always test it, right? All right, let's do some testing here.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says I think Jason loads returns a dict always I think.
Returns a dict. Okay. I thought it was a list of all the dicks inside. It's my dict in JSON. Pause.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says I'm not sure. Only used it for simple JSON before. Now could be that there are lists if you have multiple. Not sure what your data looks like.
Okay. Okay, cool. So let's run this. Okay, so we have a portfolio that we created, right? Let's call well, let's first see if we hit that error. So let's call new portfolio is equal to portfolio dot create portfolio given a name equal to Deming Investments, right? Let's print new portfolio dot name, and then let me also make sure let's print out new portfolio dot cache. So that should be 0. Perfect. Now let me go ahead and make sure we're print the type of new portfolio.
That if your file content doesn't have the specified key, like cache for example, then using file content.
Only thing I'd say is that if your file content doesn't have the specified key like cache example, then using file content will return a key error. Oh yeah, use the get. That's a good idea. So I won't return none. What I'll do is I'll put these as their defaults.
Ahmed says, first time in the stream, just want to know what you are making?
Hey, how's it going, man? We're making a Stalker portfolio visualization, like kind of app and dashboard. We made a logo today in Adobe Illustrator, so pretty cool. And then we have the ability to create portfolio, nest accounts within that portfolio, create positions within each of the accounts, adjust cache within the accounts, and that all propels up to total values within the overarching portfolio. So we'll get the name, else NA. I'll say new portfolio. Get the stock asset value, 0, 0, and then dot get realized gain also 0, 0. You can't type it into.
123 Monkey says I think specifying defaults here as well as defaults in the init is gonna be hard to keep track of. You might change the default in the init and forget about the default in the class method. You probably want defaults defined once wherever that is.
Okay. Nice. We're on the same page, my guy. What does I'm white boy. What does what halal mean? Is it just like very like good or very like what does it mean? Counts. And then we'll say cash.
Monkey says but I think it means slaughter quickly without pain, but I use it to mean nice.
Slaughter quickly without pain, bro. So actually this can't be none. It can be by default none, but if you provide it, it can't be none. It has to be 0, 0. Right, I don't want to say float or none. Unless I say, right, but it can be optional, right, by equaling none. Okay, so then what we'll say here is instead of having if this, we'll say else, we'll do defaults dot get, or we'll do how do I do that? How do I access the class method, the class variable? You know what I mean? How can I access this class variable here, within here? Self.defaults?
123 Monkey says I do think you want float. None. Basically now you have a variable whose type is float, but its real type to Python is none. The Monkey 123 Monkey says oh you use self-defaults, yeah.
You do think I want float none? So you're saying this is real type. I thought this just means that it's optional within the constructor or within the argument like parameters. Like this is its type of float or none. Well, I don't want to have certain, they can give a stock asset value of float or a stock asset value of none, right? It's equals to none as being required for the construction of this either function or method or whatever, but this being an init method.
Monkey 123 Monkey says, you can use a typing hint called optional, i.e. from typing import optional then cache, optional, float, equals none.
But what does optional mean though? Does it mean it can optionally be a float or something else? Or optionally that it can be there, like it is optionally there? But I thought that's what the equals none is doing.
Monkey 123 Monkey says it can be float or none.
Okay, so yeah, that's not what I want, I don't think. I don't want cache to be none, because if it's none, cache is just 0. Equaling none means that it is optionally involved in the constructor, not optionally a float. It has to be a float if it is inside the constructor.
Monkey says I have an error.
Dang, brutal. Okay, so let's do set.defaults.get. Name. So then I'll say this. I'll say this can also be none by default. You don't need a name initially. We'll say if name, else self.defaults.get name, else set.defaults.get accounts, get cache, stock asset value, oh whoops, unrealized gain. Okay. Nice. Cool. So we
The Monkey 123 Monkey says if you are setting defaults via the class variable, then you probably want it to be of type float, none or optional, float, which is the same, but ATM you are kind of lying about types in your code. If you had a regular variable in your code as test, float equals none, then the type hinter is going to complain. It will be the same logic when you use that in the arg type.
setting defaults via class variable, you probably want it to be a type float.
The Silverdude says why not just set the defaults in the constructor signature, they're already optional.
Because we're wanting to house, we're upon loading and creating a default dict, well, our idea was that we wanted to have the defaults be hard-coded in so that we can get access to them here as well, rather than having to put the defaults in two different places.
It moved over to IT Monkey here.
Nice. So if we do class.defaults.get counts. Right. well, we don't need to really use the get because we know it's there. So let's just access it directly. Okay. Return the portfolio. Yeah, so when we load the portfolio, we'll just use those defaults in case the values within the file content isn't there.
Michael says,
Well, 'cause-
not repeat yourself. You are kinda doing the same logic in this class method as you are doing in the init. You can just let the init handle the defaults logic, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was. I think that's what Silver was talking about. So this will handle that. This will get the value off the default. So then what we can do here is that we can run name. We'll get name out of file content. Okay, so then if name is none here, right? So if name is none, then what it will do will, if name, right, then it'll set back to the defaults here. Yes. So because name is, it'll try to get name, or say if name, it'll say none because we constructed it to be. So that's why we'll say if name. So then we can apply the or. I think now we're on the same page. Now you can apply or none here to these.
Michael says yeah.
Yeah, I think we were miscommunicated. Now I think we're on the same page here. Because now you can say or none to receive it back as none to rely on the defaults to construct. Because if name, well, name is not there because it's none, right? And so we'll move forward.
Michael says love it.
So now we can just have none be the value that's given back if the get does not receive anything, right? We could specify here none, or I think it just does it by default, right? If it doesn't have a name on the get here from this file content, then none will be given for name. Portfolio will try to make a class with none for name, and it will result back to the default name here. So now we can just add, if we want to add any more methods here, we can just add them here.
I bundled the explanation, but yeah, this is super hello.
Yeah. No, I think we were just off by one, off by one error. So now we can just add in additional defaults here, and then quickly add them in just right up here at the top of our file, and not even have to worry about. Well, I guess we would have to add in a line here, but just let the none handle itself. Now I wonder if there's a way, see that like right now we are having to like hard code the values in, right, for each of these. Not hard code them in, but like basically extract them out from the specific ports of the file. So I wonder if there's a way to like, maybe we could use dynamically get the keys of defaults. We could use default.keys and then iterate through default.keys with a proportional index, like for keys and default.keys. Right, let's go ahead and try to get the key name. So then we don't have to add lines here. Let's do that. So,
Jail says you could do something like for key and CLS defaults keys, then get the value.
yep, exactly. I think you got the YouTube delay now. You're hit with Michael.
Jail says it's already on.
Yeah, you got hit with the YouTube delay. Okay, so what we could do is let's go ahead and say so the thing is if I want to let's do this. I don't want to create a class. Okay, let me just create a dummy class. Let me just create a dummy, just an empty class of a portfolio. And then let's go ahead and say for key in class.defaults.keys. Let's go ahead and say portfolio dot key. So this is going to be a stir though.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says that YT delay is like 30 seconds now. You'll just stick here low.
So the thing is this portfolio is a how can I take the stir and get it out, right? How can I take the stir that is the portfolio key right now, a quote unquote name, and make it a portfolio dot name?
The Monkey 123 Monkey says you would just do file contents get key.
But I have to assign it to the portfolio value. Right? Right? Equals to, right? File content dot get key. Right? But how can I, this is a string. Curious. We're really we're learning a lot here though. This is really good for like refactoring and cleaner code and everything. So I want to have the keys be dynamic and be they are stirs in the defaults. You're on the right track. You just need a set adder to, okay. The set adder, I forgot, okay, set adder.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says I see you can use chord unpacking. You make a dict for chords equals, then for key in chords, key equals file content get key. The Monkey 123 Monkey says set adder is not the way.
Set adder's not the way? I think set adder is the way. No? Right, you just say set adder. You set attribute. Right? You give the object of the portfolio. You give the name of the stir that you're wanting to set for the attribute, which would be the key, and then file.getKey.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says nay. You can make a dict like name, new name, then CLS, chords dig.
Make a chord unpacking. You can make really following you. Unpack the quirks. Simplify the construction. Fill in missing keys with the default. Okay. Fill in keys with defaults. Data equals to. And then you can unpack with class data. Interesting. I've never done that one before. So this is what it brought up your suggestion here. So you put data, fill in missing keys with defaults. So you say key is equal for key. You set it and then you get the value of that key and set it to the class for all the data. Basically you set it. It like unpacks all the data and then creates the class. Interesting.
The Monkey 123 Monkey says, link. The Monkey 123 Monkey says something like that. PJ says,
Yeah.
what are you working on?
Let's do this. Good. Let's do key. File content dot get key. Right. Or key in. Keys. And then go. Return. So what this does is we use a dictionary comprehension to basically create a dictionary that will fill in all of the keys and the values that are associated with the corresponding keys within the content of the file here. So it'll get the name, it'll say, okay, I'll go in and get the name out of file content for key name and the value, and then I'll set that, make key name and that value for name. It'll match basically the keys that are in the default keys, and if they're there, could we not use like dictionary union?
Michael says yeah.
Yeah, you could easily just do dictionary union easily too, right? So this is the same exact, man, my Fluent Python, this just shows you guys exactly what my reasoning. We've been reading Fluent Python and I'm seeing stuff right now, literally right now, about stuff I read about and learned in that book, and I'm applying it right now, right? So instead of doing this, right, we can do data is equal to the class.cls.defaults, and then we can just union this dictionary into the file content basically to match all of the kwargs with the defaults, right? And then return the unpacked value into a class. Boom. Man, that feels really good. We got full circle with Fluent Python, baby. Woo! It shows you our reading is working. We can just union these two dictionaries together to basically merge the like keys together and override them with file contents values and then return this. Yeah, monkey. Hey, I got something here on you, monkey. Yeah, so in Fluent Python in chapter 3, we learned about dictionary and set operations, more advanced dictionary and set operations. And so you can do this union, you can do like ampersand, you can do different types of operations to basically merge, split dictionaries into different components. Yeah, it's in my description in the Discord. I have a free copy along with my live tracking notes on GitHub. So I take notes on each section, kind of like a Spark Notes. Yeah. So this is kind of more of an advanced Python trick. Basically, we have a dictionary of default values here, and with these default values, and then we can take a dictionary of pre-existing things and then merge them together to say, okay, if this dictionary has a name of let's say Michael, then it'll override the name, match it, and override it with the value over here, basically like a plus equals, like an in-place add almost, or an in-place multiplication, but just like override. In-place override is kind of how I like to think about it. But it does require Python 3.9. It was introduced relatively recently in Python. It's really good. Nice.
Jessen Berry says, hello.
Hey, Jessen Berries! I like that name. Jessen Berries! That's cool. If you guys aren't following on the Twitch or subscribed on the YouTube, I appreciate it if you could do that. Thank you guys so much for being here. My name is Michael. I am a biochemist, scientist. I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry, and I work as a professional formulation chemist for a biotech company where I make and formulate biological controls in the forms of like synthetic spinal fluid, serum, blood, plasma, kind of like a modge podge of analytical testing to diagnose patients. A lot of kind of just like biological tools and medical products, I guess. I don't know. In the catalog. Well, you'll continue with the LeetCode code? Yeah, so for those that don't know, I had a job interview for a software engineer chemist position. They didn't ask me a single chemistry related question in the entire job interview process. The only thing they asked me about was pretty much kind of like intermediate and advanced Python scripting. And so I kind of prepared wrongly for the interview. We were grinding LeetCode and stuff, but they asked me about like a scripting problem and had me like do something kind of similar to this, but I just wasn't able to solve it in the amount of time they were looking for. So we got rejected. It wasn't that hard. It was a little bit complex. It just had a lot of steps to it. Like I had to get data out, organize it in a certain way, format it and wrap it in classes, and then present it in a certain way after that. But it was just not enough time, and then I got kind of jumbled. I was nervous. I was really nervous. I was forgetting my basic stuff. So I don't know if we're gonna keep going on the LeetCode. We did put in a lot of work. I think we grinded like 50 problems in like 2 weeks. We grinded like 50 problems in like 2 weeks. So we got a lot of good practice, especially with matrices. We got a lot more familiar with 2D matrix. But yeah. Oh, that's too bad, man. Man, those Uber stock options would be looking nice. I think Uber stock is going to go boom here soon. I've been watching them. They're on my watch list. I don't like live coding for interview. Yeah, dude, honestly, it was pretty brutal. it was pretty brutal because they asked for a software engineer chemist. The title was software engineer chemist, and they were really interested in like having a chemist, someone with chemistry background, but they actually never asked me anything programmatically related to chemistry. Like, and my projects really showcased that, and the fact that I just wasn't able to solve their scripting problem in the short amount of time they were looking for was the deciding factor. I don't know. It's pretty cutthroat, and I don't know.
Possible to get a position on the first two nowadays.
It just seemed a little bit. I don't know. It seemed a little bit. I don't know. I'm not gonna like try to make excuse and be like, oh, it wasn't fair, but it just seemed like a little skewed. Like I kind of had was shot myself in the foot. They weren't even really looking for a chemist. They were looking for just a software engineer, I guess. Which, I mean, yeah, we're kind of merging into, but my specialty is combining those two fields together, I think, with my projects like SpectraSim and stuff. Like, if you guys have seen SpectraSim,
Barry says, I prefer having a homework or a live debugging.
well, that's the thing is they gave me a take-home problem too, and I solved that. They gave me a similar problem to the one they asked me in the interview, and they gave me an hour and a half to 2 hours to solve it. And I solved it really nicely. I gave like a README with my algorithm. I implemented a two-pointer algorithm to keep O of n throughout my search of the CSV. Like, it was really nice. Like, I thought I really did a really good job on it, but just because I wasn't able to handle the pressure of their live coding interview, they booted me. So I don't know, I was pretty butthurt. But yeah, this is my SpectraSim. It's currently hosted with render.com, you guys. So it does have a spin-up time with the free render.com. So just note that there is a spin-up time. So the first search you do of a compound for its absorption spectroscopy simulation is pretty slow. But we are accessing data via PubChem, so you can literally query for any data point within PubChem, and if it has the UV vis absorption spectroscopy that I'm regular expressing and parsing for with my custom algorithm, I guess, it'll detect it and give it back to you. So you'll see it here in a second. We'll let it load here. It's brutally long. I might need to throw a couple bucks at render and make it faster because it's really slow. It's not my algorithm either. It's render. It's the server. It's the host. People said we should try Amazon Lambda or something like that.
Justin Barry says, depends on your algo.
Brutal. Come on. Come on. See, it's so terrible. It's real bad.
Justin Barry says, Lambda not gonna speed up.
Well, it's not the algorithm. I'm serving my data. It's just small amounts of data points. I'm serving data points, but it's as you can see, look at all those refreshes. It was just the server, like the server serving my data with the free tier. See, if I watch this, if I type in Qmarin, look how fast it is. Like the query is fast. Boom, there it is. So it's just the first one. If I type in benzoic acid, boom. It's just the first one, dude. So look, yeah, so I wrote an algorithm for generating these plots using Gaussian distribution, and then having like epsilon and wavelength and lambda max, kind of manipulate these curves basically. I built this with Fast API, React, Tailwind, JS, Python. You can do benzene.
The monkey 123 monkey says, what plotting lib is this?
So my chroma plot, I learned from my other project, chroma plot. So chroma plot, I'm plotting this with matplotlib on my server. So my server's having to do a lot of data manipulation and plotting, and then serving all those packets, binary rendering those packets back to the front end, and then having to decode those binary numbers back into it, right? So it's pretty annoying on this one. And so there is some definitely improvements I can make it on my end from this one. But for SpectroSim, I learned my lesson, and I'm just serving the generated y coordinates. The x coordinates are static across these points of up to 800 points or so, but my y coordinates are the ones that are being generated with my Gaussian distribution algorithm, dependent upon the lambda and wavelength max received via the PubChem parsing of the absorption data. And then obviously I'm getting out some more data because it's just a little description from the response and stuff too.
123 Monkey says that is literally what I'm doing ATM with Matplotlib, but I need a dynamic front end thing.
Yeah. Yeah, so Matplotlib, it was just too slow having it all render on the back end and then serve the entire plot in binary to the front end and having to decode it from there. So what I did was I just rendered out the I just render the y coordinates with just with just a math function algorithm, and then I serve that packet back to the front end, and then just generate the plot using Plotly.js. So I use Plotly.js, which is really, really easy to run in React. You just create plot objects, plot component objects in React, which is really, really easy. And just put in the X and Y data and then some customizations about the features you want with some methods or configurations. And then it's here. It's really easy. And then this gives you the ability to zoom and download live on the plot here as well. Where I wasn't having to use Matplotlib and custom stuff to do that.
Justin Berry says, have you ever considered using cache if possible?
Haha, Justin Berry.
23 Monkey says very nice. To the Plotly docs for me then.
Yeah, Plotly docs. Yeah, Justin Berry. So I do have a cache actually. So I have a cache written, but it's kind of, I wrote it for fun. It doesn't actually serve any purpose actually on the server because my server doesn't actually maintain updated values. It just wipes back after the session ends to the repository default that is currently the most recent push. So, but I do have a cache written, and it does it like in the thing, but then it just reverts back to the initial push. So the cache, what it does is that it will store basically frequently searched items with a count associated with them for how many times it was queried. And then every so often throughout a period using datetime, I believe, if I remember right, I wrote it quite a couple months ago. It will go through on some specific time frames and wipe out cache values that don't reach certain thresholds of search capacities. And then, so that is how the cache works on this. So, but it doesn't actually work because the backend doesn't let my project grow, basically.
Justin Berry says, yes, that is the definition of a cache.
Nice. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Let's see. Let me see if I can or let me go to GitHub here. SpectroSim. Yeah, so this is my cache clear. So final path, final search. So with open the file path as we open the cache. We accept for this error. To be deleted is a set of values. We loop through the cache items. If the compound name is in the total search count. No, you're good, dude. I want to show you this. So this is our cache clear that runs every so often. So if the total search count, we reset the total search counts back to 0, right? if it's data, and if the compound search count is less than 10, we wipe it.
Justin Berry says, what kind of data do you store?
Just UV spectrum data, so it's this stuff here. So you have a total search count here. This is what the cache looks up for, basically depicting whether or not we clear it out. You get just you have its name as the key, and the value is the actual data point itself, object, with aspirin, the CID, the description that I parsed out, description ref that I parse if applicable.
It's JSON.
Yeah. And then ether, lambda, epsilon, max. Yeah, JSON. And then absorption spectrum data. This is the lambda, epsilon, max, and then these are the generated absorption values, the Y values that are generated. So, yeah. I tried to limit, I mean, we're getting a lot of Y values that we're having to send over the internet, so it's not, it definitely can be improved some way, definitely, but get out of here. Get out of here. Ah, oh, stupid mosquito. Hey, Wizardly Wizzed. Wildly Wizzed. How's it going, man? Yeah, I have a degree in human biology and a minor in chemistry. Dit Crit. How's it going, dude? I was the undergraduate teaching fellow for the Utah State Chemistry Department my junior and senior year, and then my senior year, I was the laboratory instructor. I was the only undergraduate with the graduate students that was a laboratory instructor. So I had to grade the undergraduates' lab reports and stuff and all that jazz. Yeah. And I ran the study sessions before tests and all that cool stuff. Yeah. So then you can do caffeine. Boom. Nice. So yeah, this is our SpectroSim, which is really cool. I'm really proud of this project. It's really awesome. I just need to figure out this hosting issue. I'll have to come back to that project. So my goal is I want to write some more algorithms to generate different types of simulations for spectroscopy, like infrared or chroma or whatnot. So, because right now we're just doing absorption. So I want to write more, but I've been working more on other projects. Okay, so we create a new portfolio. All right, so we left off on this right here where we union these two dictionaries together, overriding the defaults dictionary with the content of the file that we found and returning that back. Cool.
Jerry says, I'm back. Sorry, the says, wow, man, you are quite the scholar yourself. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, dude, appreciate you coming in here. How's it going, my guy? What you been working on? How you been doing? Add, load, and create profile portfolio methods with default backups. All right. Nice. Okay. So that created that.
Justin Berry says, so if it's JSON data, there are many good caching things for that.
Not sure what you mean. Okay, get name, get accounts, get cache. Interesting, you guys. Last year we had fireworks going off probably for 5 hours straight, nonstop. It was like a rolling thunder, like across the horizon, like literally like a car engine. It was like someone, like you were sitting in a car. It was just like a rolling noise of fireworks. And this year, there's like maybe a couple of booms every now and then. So I think people might be a sign of the economy. People don't have dispendable income to spend on fireworks this year. People aren't spending money on fireworks.
Says I think Fast API has a cache decorator for caching the same requests.
Yeah, there's definitely more stuff about Fast API I need to look into. I need to get like honestly like a book and like grind through it like I did with Git. That's what helped my Git like improve tenfold, was by reading Pro Git. If you guys I have a Discord linked in my description and my profile on Twitch. Please join that. It's just a completely free roadmap of all my learning. You can also participate in the community projects. This is a community project. I've just kind of been building it, the back end here, and if people want to participate, I've opened it up and they can submit pull requests to contribute and have fun. So I'm building a kind of a proof of concept right now into Ginter, and then if we want, we can expand out to building like a full stack using React and stuff from there. But this is what we have so far. We have Stalker up top here. We've made a logo, which is pretty cool, and we got it in here. And then we have a portfolio page, accounts page, transactions, and then settings, and which is pretty nice. And then that's just for the GUI part. And then we have a bunch of back-end stuff that we've been writing for the past like week or so, where we have a portfolio where you can add accounts, delete accounts, and whatnot. You have accounts themselves where you have cache associated with them, and then you can add positions to those accounts, which have shares and values associated to shares. And so you have positions with individual shares associated with them. Those propagate up to the account to give the account a total value. The account sums the shares with its cache to give it a total value, and then that's propagated back up to the portfolio to give you an overarching net worth view across all of your accounts. So let's say that I have a Roth IRA with Fidelity, and I have a taxable investment account with Robinhood, and I have a let's say I have a 401k with my work in Charles Schwab, and I have I have another Roth IRA, let's say in Vanguard. Well, I can create a portfolio and then create 4 accounts, put all my positions in their designated accounts, and then I can get an overarching view of my entire portfolio across all my accounts. I don't have to go into each app, look at all the positions, add them all up, it'll kind of just do it in one kind of central place, and then you can periodically kind of just update your positions as you make trades, and it'll give you kind of a net worth view of your entire kind of exposure in the market across all of your accounts, basically. So kind of like my thought process behind it. Let me know what you guys think about this idea so far. We've been testing things out, right? We have the ability here. I'll undo this here for you. Right, so we can create a new portfolio. Right, so we create a portfolio, and then we can make an accounts and add those accounts to the portfolio, creating that linkage bond between their cash and stocks asset values. Then you can create some positions so let's say I have a position of Apple at its current price, right? So I just bought it at its price, so we're at break even. I haven't made any realized gain. We're at 0 realized gain. We have a total asset value, right, of 1 share of Apple. 2 share of Apple is actually across the entire portfolio, 1 share in each account, but we have no realized gain because we're at break even. So if I run this program, just this test here, I think we changed some stuff around. Hold on. Oh, because you can't have type of none. Okay, we do have some bugs because we did change some stuff. 38 is going to hit. When we're adding the account is a none type for unrealized self dot on the portfolio, unrealized gain. So our portfolio unrealized gain is becoming none here. If it is none, we'll get default, which should be 0, 0. Let's go to our testing here. Let's go ahead and let's print test portfolio dot unrealized gain.
Pispark says, what time is it there? Cammy Dev says the default is named differently, I think. Cammy Dev says idea seems really cool, I like that.
None doesn't find the round method. Right, because we're trying to round none here. Because this is a type of none. So why though? Name if name not equal to none. Else. So what if we add this? So it shouldn't be constructing none values into unrealized gain.
The monkey 123 monkey
It
says
should
you
be.
should use is not none for none type checks.
Yeah.
Monkey 123 monkey says equals is for values.
Oh. Okay, so now
The monkey 123 monkey says, however, I don't think that is the issue here.
no. Why would create a portfolio?
Cammy Dev says add the D to the default name for unrealized gain.
Ah! Haha, Cammy! Dude, how'd you see that, dude? You got the eye of an eagle. Yo, Cammy, how did you see that? We just had a bug, a little typo. That's so crazy. How'd you see that? You're nuts. What time is it? Hey, Price Park. Hey, Blaze. It's 12:05 a.m. for me right now. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours so far. I'm on a roll. I'm feeling good, though. Got a lot of energy right now. I'm feeling okay. But I'll probably wrap up here soon. Thanks, Cammy. All right, that worked. Okay. Let's go back and show you the test so far. Okay. Right, so we're going to add these accounts. We're going to be at break even because Apple is currently at 213.55 on its last close, I believe.
Monkey says you could use data class for the default such that you can have dot notation and you won't have typos in future. Cammy Dev says haha was just lurking and checked it out.
Okay, so if I run here, boom. Okay, so what does this mean? All right, individual taxable account added. So we created a new portfolio, Demi Investments. We added individual taxable account held with Robinhood, added to Demi Investments. We added a Roth IRA that was held in Fidelity, added to Demi Investments. We added one share to the individual taxable account head with Robinhood, right? And then we updated the portfolio successfully. We added 1 share of Apple to the Roth IRA, and then we propagated and updated the portfolio successfully. And then we printed out the stock asset value across the portfolio. So we have in this portfolio, we have 2 accounts, and in each account we have 1 share of Apple. So each share of Apple currently costs $213.55 or whatever it is. I think it's right. And so this is our average cost, but that's how much we paid for the stock. But the actual price of Apple stock is $213.55. So we're at break even, just for this test, right? And that gives us $427.11 for the total stock asset value of this portfolio, right? Because we have 2 stocks of Apple, and each share of Apple currently has a value of $213.55. It's not our average cost, right? That comes in for the unrealized gain. Stock asset value is just calculated off of how many stocks you own multiplied by the current price of the stock. Then you can calculate out your unrealized gain by subtracting out how much you actually paid for the stock multiplied by how many stocks, right? So because we paid each of these stocks the amount actually that the stock is currently priced, we have $0 of net unrealized gain, no loss, no gain. We're at break even. So that's why we're getting this 0 here for this printout call here. We have a total value of this account, right, at 427.1 because it's the stock asset value plus the amount of cash gives us the total value that the account possesses in terms of monetary value. But your unrealized gain is 0 because you have no gain off of these positions. Now let's go ahead and do something here. Let's go ahead and go test account 1 dot test account 1 dot add cash. Let's add $100 of cash to each account. Right? So now you should see this cash value here go up by 200, and then the total value will also increase by 200, and our unrealized gain will stay the same. So if I run this, boom, you can't see it.
Gnostic says, bro himself taught a engineer, can I get
Boom.
job any advice?
Here you can't see. Let me bring the terminal over here. There you go. Now you can see our stock asset value stayed the same. Our cash went up by 200, and our total value then went up by 200 as well. Now, what happens though if I say, okay, what if we got these shares for free, right? What if I bought this share? What if someone gave us these shares for free, like we got them in like a will or whatever, right? Then that would impact our unrealized gain. Our stock asset value stays because we still own 1 share of Apple, 2 shares of Apple. Our cash stays at 200. Our total value stays at 627.11, but our unrealized gain becomes now the amount of shares times what we paid for them minus the amount of shares times what they currently cost. So it should be a realized gain of $427 because the 200 is cash. So now if I run this, that last number should be 427.1. Woo! Feels good. All right, so now that we have everything so we have all of our components kind of working together.
A product of time or just a list of positions?
The position is
Dev says very nice.
I'm not really sure what you mean by, it's just a position in terms of it has a value of how many stocks you own and an average price. And then you have various properties to get the current price of the asset of the ticker or whatnot to calculate out those other things. Cool. So now what we're doing is we are building out a graphic interface here on the portfolio. You have the ability to add an account, create an account. You'll have the ability then to edit certain, like a name or whatnot in the settings. And then once you have an account, you'll have a kind of a chart here giving you like your distribution across all of once you have a portfolio, you have a chart here that'll show you like a distribution across all of your accounts. And then in the account section here will be kind of a tree view diagram, which is a like Excel 2D array matrix, rows and columns of all the accounts you have and their associated values. and then this will be a log, basically another matrix of all of the transactions that took place. I have kind of, I'm going to go through, I created this transaction class that will go ahead and do some methods to log transactions at various points, like when you add an account, delete an account, update, money, monetary values, position values. So you'll have these transactions be inserted at various places to make logs. And so it's really easy. I've really wanted to set this up in a way that I can just kind of take these objects and insert them at various points in my code to make certain things happen, rather than having to just write the same kind of functions over and over again and whatnot. I'm kind of learning from my past projects of really kind of making kind of these components and utilizing, repurposing tools to make the code just basically flow from object to object with a little bit of logic in between, rather than just kind of 99% logic with 1% object. So anyways, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me for today. I'm going to call it for here. It's 12:30 a.m. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes straight, just coding on our project. We started off with about 20 minutes of reading in Fluent Python. We start off our streams reading books like DSA in Python, Fluent Python, Python machine learning, just to keep our learning growing every day. And then we dive into projects, leak code, yada, 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 yada. So thank you guys so much for being here. I stream every single day around 7 p.m. PST after my 9-to-5 job as a chemist. But, it's the weekend, it's the holidays for us Americans, so I was able to have a break today. If you're on Twitch right now, please follow, so I'll see you in the next one. I love hanging out with you guys and meeting new people. Thank you, Cami. Thank you, everybody. If you're on YouTube, please sub, and so I can see you guys in the next one. What else? Join my Discord, link down below, for a roadmap of my entire learning, for every free PDF copies of every book I've read, to my own personal notes and weekly course breakdowns of like the Harvard CS50 courses I've taken. I'm uploading the Try It Yourself solution videos to the Python crash course, Try It Yourself problems, for you guys to get practice with and learn from. And yeah, check those out, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye guys, have a good one. Thanks so much for being here.